meeting law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels they need to abstain from the vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for a presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on the top of them. I would like to welcome the following new members to the Transit Council. Karen Perkins, Deputy Administrator, Lorraine County. Alternate Kurt Conrad, Transit Council, Lorraine County. I will try. Minutes for the meeting of November 21st. Any corrections or additions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
I got it.
Motion is approved. Public comments. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No. Being none, then we'll move on to the next item. Is there an executive director's report?
Yeah, just a couple things. Grace has a newsletter that she's started sending out. The first issue went out earlier this month. It's something she'll be sending out regularly to members of all of our board, our committees, our subcommittees, just with relevant updates and project updates. So her first issue was actually a tribute to Hunter Morrison. You can find it at the link. And I think just by virtue of being members, you're all on the list. So watch your inboxes. And then NOACA's fiscal year 2027 draft overall work program is available for public comment. You can find it at the link on our website and submit comments online or to that email address if you would like. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, action items. There are no action items for today's meeting. There's one?
There is.
Okay.
Here,
I want my notes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Kessa Turnbull is not here today. She's out on medical leave till next month. So in her absence, I will be presenting the 2026 Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets. This is required to be updated annually. We're asking the Transit Council to recommend this to the Transportation Subcommittee so it can reach the board in June. Last June, the board passed Resolution 2025-034 to approve the current Regional Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets. Public transportation providers, excluding those that only receive federal financial assistance under sections 5310 or 11 and state departments of transportation, must establish safety performance targets to address the safety performance measures identified in the National Public Transportation Safety Plan. The required targets are for total fatalities, injuries, and safety events, their rate per vehicle revenue miles, and system reliability, which is the mean distance between major mechanical failures. In 2024, the Federal Transit Administration updated requirements for Class 1 agencies such as GCRTA. Rolling averages are now required to use at least 3 years of data. Certain targets are now allowed to only decrease, and several additional targets have been introduced related to collisions and transit workers. Transit agencies update and adopt these targets annually, and MPOs must then coordinate with them to set regional performance targets within 180 days. Then, NOACA includes performance targets in its Transportation Improvement Program and long-range plan updates. NOACA staff coordinate with transit agencies and partners to update safety targets, MPO agreements, and planning documents. Lorain County Transit uses the Regional Transportation Agency Safety Target Development Methodology, or has in the past. I'm not sure what you guys are going to do in the future, since it seems like there's been a changing of the guard. And Lake Tran RTA, Medina County Public Transit, and Lake Tran use statistical rolling averages for safety performance targets. Because Geauga County Transit is so small, its dial-a-ride is tracked as part of Lake Tran's demand response and jointly reported. The key here is the annual annual review, which ensures agencies continuously improve their target setting. In the following tables, black numbers indicate that targets remain unchanged from 2025 to 26. Blue targets indicate improvement and red targets indicate deterioration. For all targets except system reliability, you want them to be decreasing because that means fewer bad outcomes have occurred. However, for system reliability, you want the numbers to increase because that means the distance between failures has increased. The targets for injuries, fatalities, and safety events remain 0 for commuter buses. Last year, Lake Tran strengthened its system reliability target, although this year it's backed off from that goal. For demand response, including GCT, their targets for injuries, events, and system reliability have improved over the last 2 years. Finally, for motor buses, which are the standard fixed route buses, they made both their injuries and event targets lower last year and have retained that goal this year for injuries, while increasing it for events. Finally, the system was expected to be less reliable last year before improving this year. I don't know. Oh, there's animations. That's what's, sorry, and Kessa's slides. Lorain County is still working on their targets, being that they have new staff. And because these are draft targets, it is okay that we continue working on them, but we hope that we will iron that out soon. There have been a couple changes to MCPT since last year. The biggest is that last year they still separated out their targets into demand response and motor bus. Well, this year they have combined them into a single target called general public demand / microtransit. Like the other transit agencies, they're looking at fatalities being 0 for both their total and their rate. Last year, they decreased their injuries to 0.05, which rounded to a single decimal point is 0.1. So they essentially held their target steady, even though it looks different. The rate was held steady at 0.04 injuries per 100K VRM, but this year increased slightly to 0.05. Just as we saw for injuries, safety events improved to 0.05 last year before holding steady at 0.1 for this year. However, while their rate was also held steady last year at 0.02, this year it improved slightly to 0.01 in the opposite direction of injuries. The system became less reliable last year, but the distance between major mechanical failures is expected to increase this year. In the GCRTA slides, red circles indicate targets that align with those of other agencies. However, in addition to last year's targets and this year's draft targets, you also see the averages for 2021 to 23 and 2022 to 24, which inform the targets. Here we have color-coded the recent averages the same way as the targets. So at a glance, you can see that in general, the averages are trending in the same direction as the targets. However, there are a couple of interesting exceptions to this pattern. Average bus failure rates, average bus fatalities have decreased from 1.3 to 1.0, but the target has increased from 0 to 0.0 to 0.5. The rail fatality rate has held steady at 0.01 per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles, but the target was raised from 0 to 0.01. Unfortunately, average injuries increased across all three modes of transit, and so did their targets, yet the paratransit rate decreased from 0.55 to 0.54. And so while the other two targets increased, paratransit's target was kept at 0.5. Parallel to injuries, collisions also increased across all three modes, and yet the paratransit rate per 100,000 BRM went down from 0.3 to 0.28, which, while a very small change that could be eliminated by rounding, but it's still a technical improvement. However, in this case, the targets for both paratransit and bus were held steady. Sadly, pedestrian collisions increased for both rail and buses, but somehow paratransit has an average of 0 for both ranges, despite their customers being the most vulnerable of all. The vehicular collision rate increased substantially for rail, nearly doubling, so it makes sense that its target increased substantially as well. However, the rates for both bus and paratransit decreased slightly, although this led to the bus target remaining constant while the paratransit was reduced. Major events increased across all three modes. However, as with injuries, this led to paratransit rate decreasing and its target being held steady, while the remaining targets increased. Kessa's hypothesis is that it has to do with paratransit VRM probably being substantially lower than the other modes, since it's on-demand service that is she believes people must qualify for. Happily, the transit worker fatality average rate was 0 across all modes. However, the average injury rate for transit workers increased for both rail and bus, leading to the rail target being nearly doubled, whereas the bus target was held steady. The paratransit average rate decreased slightly, but its target was held constant just below that. Finally, system reliability decreased across all three modes, leading to reduction in all three targets, which makes sense. You may have noticed that when we were reviewing the additional targets that RTA added earlier, we mentioned that assaults on transit workers as well, but they're not reflected here. That's because they have only collected 2 years of data and can't generate a 3-year rolling average until they've collected that third year. So that rather than adding a bunch of NAs to the slides, we'll wait to see them next year. Next steps are to obtain target information from Lorain County Transit. And pending board approval, targets will be included in NOACA's Transportation Improvement Program and Long Range Plan. So now we are asking you to recommend the Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure targets for consideration on the June Board of Directors agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the Public Transit Agency Safety Performance Measure targets?
Second.
And a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Presentation, looks like Rob for the Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative.
I don't believe you guys have seen this before, so this will be an introduction to our new Transportation for Safer Communities initiative. No action requested. We have presented a few times to the policy committee, which has helped us develop the policy, which will become the program. NOACA has a goal of 0 fatal or serious injury crashes by 2050. Annual safety for performance targets are set for the region with this goal in mind. This chart, which is derived from the long-range plan, or WE-NEO 2050, which was adopted in June of 25, reflects these goals, with counts of these crash types dropping to 0 by 2050. NOACA began publishing community safety reports in 2022, introducing the Federal Highway Administration's proven safety countermeasures. In 2025, the latest safety reports came out, and the methodology was expanded with a cost-benefit analysis for selected countermeasures. These safety reports are integral to a targeted approach to achieving the agency's Vision Zero goals. These reports provide a list of locations where the highest impact projects can be implemented for the lowest relative cost. The cost-benefit ratios provided in the reports allow communities to make more informed decisions about likely results. These projects need funding to be implemented. The Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative, or TESI as we're calling it, TSCI, has two primary goals. The first is to provide a method of funding safety studies that are difficult for smaller communities to afford, but are required to access the largest ODOT funding sources. The second is to provide a dedicated source of funding for low-cost countermeasures that are too small to qualify for larger ODOT funds. ODOT's Highway Safety Improvement Program is one of the largest funding programs for safety projects in the country. There are 3 different tracks to follow for HSIP funds. The formal track requires a formal safety study to receive $500,000 to $6 million in funding for a 10% local match. This track requires a full detailed safety study, which costs in the tens of thousands up to over $100,000. The abbreviated track requires an abbreviated safety study, which can still cost in the tens of thousands of dollars. The systemic track is broken into pedestrian and roadway departure subsections and may require a variable size of study. Projects qualifying for a systemic track generally consist of many smaller projects, which combined may require substantial and costly safety studies. So for example, if there were a project to provide crosswalks near transit stops, that might be a systemic project that would require a study of the combined set of projects. And these studies can be cost prohibitive for many communities, leaving many of the highest impact safety countermeasures unattainable. So TESI aims to close the gap between these needs and funding eligibility. Countermeasure recommendations in NOACA's community safety reports will be eligible to compete for funding that bridges the safety study requirement gap between community needs and funded solutions. Our proposal for the new program is to make at least $1 million available each year with a competitive application based on our Popular Transportation for Livable Communities initiative, aka TLCI. TLCI consists of awards for planning studies and implementation awards, which fund the implementation of recommendations stemming from the planning studies. The community safety reports will serve as a baseline for communities to then apply for formal or abbreviated safety studies, which then directly qualify projects for funding. I know some of you have participated in TLCI studies, so I imagine it's familiar. With guidance from NOACA's policy committee last year, the policy gradually evolved from a general transportation safety fund to the structure outlined previously with separate planning and implementation components as seen in TLCI. One major revision came after we requested written feedback following the July meeting when we decided to primarily use a regionally coordinated implementation project to better manage the program and meet the federal funding minimums. Right now, policy development has paused while we work on pilot projects to gather real-world data to better inform the rest of its development, just like we're doing with the Transportation and Economic Development Initiative, or TEDI, with the Arizona pilot project that's ongoing. While we are still developing scopes for our pilot planning studies and therefore don't have many details, we do have 2 cities signed on to be our partners. North Royalton is looking at a corridor study while Richmond Heights is looking at an intersection study, which may also include a segment. While we're not actively working on implementation projects yet, Parma has already signed up to be one of our partners in that. Our intention is to pilot corridor implementation projects and an intersection implementation project, just like we are targeting to do with our planning pilots. There's $450,000 allocated for fiscal years 26 and 27 so far. Again, we aim to have it as a $1 million program, at least when things kick off. Next steps, NOACA staff will arrange scoping meetings with the planning study partners to pin down the details for preparing an RFP for a consultant. We will reach out to communities regarding implementation project pilots, and we will continue updating everyone on the TESI's progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Thanks, Rob. We'll move on to bike and pedestrian count update from Sam.
Good morning, council. I'm Sam Schweikert, and I'll be providing an update on the bike and pedestrian count today. No action is requested at this time. This item is for information and presentation only, and there is no previous action. So just a brief background on our bike and pedestrian count program. We collect bike data in two different ways. We have our manual volunteer bike counts every year in May and September, which we count about 50 different locations, and volunteers can sign up to count for a 2-hour period, which is 5 to 7 p.m. And then we also have counting equipment in the field. We have 16 MyoVision counters, primarily at intersections, and we have 2 eco counters that are along bike trails. Our counting equipment counts for, it is continuously counting 24/7. And then since our manual bike counts are only 2-hour periods, we use a conversion factor to get that 2-hour counts to 24-hour counts. So these are just kind of the 2 different methods that we collect this data. And only the volunteer bike counts, we collect PED data. The MyoVision and, or I guess the eco counters do collect pedestrians. When we are choosing locations for our bike counts every year, we have a selection methodology that kind of is oriented around 5 general criteria: historical continuity, project status, regional coverage, location characteristics and community requests. We do the best we can to spread these locations out amongst these. There's definitely more of a dense, more locations do tend to be in Cuyahoga County with the population and just the number of people that are riding their bikes is higher in Cuyahoga County. But also we try to keep different projects in mind that are going ongoing, such as, just to name a few, the Memorial Bridges Loop, Morgana Run Trail Extension, East 28th Street Planning, TLCI, Euclid Beach Connector. And these are just the projects that we happen to know about at the time. We're not including any on purpose or anything, but that's just sort of the major projects that we that are kind of in mind when thinking about possible locations. And then, yeah, we can accept requests from communities. If you're conducting your own study and have a specific corridor or locations in mind, you can let us know and we can include those in our count as well. So as I was saying, we tried to select different locations with different characteristics, such as facility types, functional classes, geographies, and land use, while still, and as I mentioned, we still do have a preference for these higher volumes. Here is just a map of the locations that we collect bike and pedestrian data from. The smaller black dots are volunteer locations. And then in the green dot, you can see our 2 eco counters, which are both pretty close to Cleveland. And then in the blue, you can see our 16 MyoVision counters. There is at least 1 MyoVision in each county. And those are collecting turning movement counts at intersections. So how can these bike and ped counts possibly impact access to transit is, well, counting new transit facilities can be particularly useful in understanding the first and last mile connections. Is there a connection? If there is, how safe and manageable is that connection for people that are trying to walk or bike to their bus stop or rapid station? These counts can also just give us an idea of typical volume of bikes and pedestrians that are going to and from a stop or station in a day. You know, what does that foot traffic typically look like? And then it can also just help us understand volumes along any priority corridors that might be of particular interest to transit agencies, such as corridors or locations that might be identified in some type of transit agency plan, such as corridors identified in GCRTA's 2020 strategic plan. This year's counts, we will be including locations at West 25th and Lorraine Ave to kind of help collect some pre-BRT project data with that project going on West 25th, or will be happening. And then also at the Tri-C Rapid Station, just kind of interested in understanding kind of the draw that the Tri-C Rapid Station has to pedestrians and cyclists that are using that. And then generally, we are just trying to improve or trying to increase the number of volunteers that we get for this bike and pedestrian count. We would like to, we're just kind of reaching out to you guys, asking you guys, you know, where are we missing connections that maybe we could get more people involved in this program. So we're just kind of seeking your help, identifying some of these connections, organizations, schools, community networks that could possibly support bike and pedestrian volunteers. This input will help NOACA design more of a targeted outreach and volunteer recruitment So just kind of, where can we connect? You know, different organizations, schools, advocacy groups, different people we could reach out to. Are there communication channels that we could kind of leverage to further get the word out there? Different newsletters, social media, different meetings. And we're kind of asking you guys for, you know, some feedback on this. Different areas we should focus, corridors, neighborhoods, activity centers that, you know, volunteer participation might be strong. And then just, are there any timing, accessibility, or community trust considerations we should account for, kind of in this kind of improved and refreshed outreach that we are kind of looking to kick off here soon? So this is not a commitment request today. We're focused on identifying opportunities, partners, and connections, so we can just kind of shape an effective outreach strategy. But just some things that, just for more of the transit-oriented folks here to possibly think about going forward, is to kind of help us maybe identify potential volunteers, either maybe within your organization or partner agencies, community networks. But generally just some help kind of passing along the word and amplifying opportunities to volunteer for this program. Just given that you guys probably have other channels than we do. Could this be something where we could possibly provide a simple flyer or some type of advertising content that could be maybe located in atrium of a rapid station or a bus stop or something like that? We are just kind of trying to think about different opportunities here. So yeah, just kind of trying to identify opportunities to align counts with transit agencies' existing plans, that identify kind of maybe areas that you guys are looking for bike and pedestrian data that can kind of complement your existing efforts. So financial impacts, the budget of the combined bike and pedestrian count and street supplies outreach campaign is $21,160 for fiscal year 2027. And next steps, this new outreach campaign will begin in earnest in fiscal year 2027. NOACA staff will incorporate feedback and suggestions from the council and will provide updates on further development. NOACA will continue to share updated bicycle and pedestrian count data on the GIS portal, which I do just want to say that the bike and pedestrian data on our GIS portal has been updated to 2025 data. And once the first bike count this year happens in May, we will get that data on the portal as soon as we can. So following today's discussion, we'll work with NOACA's Public Affairs to coordinate next steps and may follow up with some of you to help make those connections. Thank you. That is all I have today. Are there any questions?
I have one. No, GCRT would be really interested in creating a plan for bike counts along some of our study corridors. I know you mentioned 25th Street that we're underway, but we'll soon start Lorraine, so we can talk about areas of that. And I know that we were recommended for funding for a TLCI study on first last mile. So we may ask for some rapid stations connections to be counted with you. And I'm sure we'll contribute with Leah and work with you on that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I can reach back out to you about that and we can talk.
Seeing no more discussion on it, we can move on to street and supplies update with Sam.
Alrighty. I will be providing a update on our street supplies program. No action is being requested at this time. This item is for information and presentation only. There is no previous action. A brief background on street supplies. You may have heard of this program, but this is a library of items that groups and communities can use, borrow for free to temporarily demonstrate and test out how a project might work, look, and feel before it's permanently installed. Projects should relate to improving safety for all modes, encouraging multimodal transportation, and generally just enlivening public spaces. And this allows time for data collection and community feedback and time to talk with local neighbors or stakeholders that are somewhat being affected by that project and just kind of see what their feedback is. And then also just collecting quantitative data, which just helps lead to a more informed permanent installation down the road when you have that data and you have that feedback that you can kind of leverage to either help get a project off the ground or help rationalize the need for a project. And then it's generally just an opportunity to educate residents in a fun way, kind of get residents volunteering out together, painting a crosswalk or painting a bike lane or something. Just general library contents. We have different forms of paint and tape that can either, we have stuff that can be removed in a day or stuff that can stay down for a few months at a time, depending on your type of project. We have tape that is high visibility tape and such that can be used for crosswalks and bike lanes. We have different kinds of signage, safety signage for bikes and pedestrians, and we also have educational signage. You can see the kind of the little purple curb extension sign. So we have kind of like yard signs that can be placed in the grass near an existing project. So if people are walking by or neighbors want to learn more about it, they can just kind of see that sign there and read it, and it gives a very generalized description of what is a mid-block crosswalk, what's a curb extension, what is a traffic circle. Then we also have street furniture, which can be used for like open street projects, bistro tables and chairs. We do have a parklet, which can kind of reclaims the space of an on-street parking space and gives that space back to pedestrians. And then just general traffic safety devices. We have speed tables and speed humps of different sizes, and then all sorts of bollards, flex posts, cones that can, all of this stuff can just really be used in different ways. And we have a lot of stuff that's not pictured that can just kind of, groups can get creative with. So just some project ideas. Like I said, parklet, open street concept, different forms of bike lanes, buffered bike lane, separated bike lane, chicanes, curb extensions, and enhanced crosswalks, which are very common projects. Temporary roundabout, refuge island, speed table. So just some ideas of what groups can do. And then how could street supplies impact access to transit? Again, street supplies could possibly be utilized to help improve this first and last mile connection. Right when people get up to the bus stop or the station, is there some kind of barrier to walking or biking that street supplies could possibly help mitigate? In the picture to the right, you can see a transit platform, and that's a part of Columbus's East Broad demonstration project that they recently did. And that is a transit platform that this company Zikla makes, and these platforms kind of range in function and bike and ped accommodation. You can see the one pictured. It does allow bikes to go over it, and it does have a little bit of room in the white painted area for where pedestrians could stand and wait for the bus and also be out of the way of the bike lane. There's a couple different models like this that might have more or less room for certain modes, but these are pretty cool products that are designed to be somewhat temporary. So this is something that we could add, we could have in the street supplies library. And then just some other things that could maybe help improve that access to a transit stop or station, just bike lanes, crosswalks, different signage, bike racks, and curb ramps. A lot of times you see there's, not a curb cut where there needs to be one or something like that. A few upcoming projects. Both South Euclid and University Heights have reached out and they're interested in doing traffic calming projects along Miramar Boulevard, specifically between, or South Euclid would like to do the area between Bexley Park going south to Cedar. And there's about 5 or 6 different intersections that they were interested in doing either a temporary traffic circle or speed table at. And then University Heights, they just wanted to do one intersection that is a little south of Cedar, intersection of Miramar, Washington, and Meadowbrook, which is a very oddly shaped and large intersection adjacent to Jesu Catholic School and John Carroll. So there's definitely a lot of foot traffic in this area and kind of younger kids walking. So it'd be really nice to improve just bike and ped safety at some of these large intersections on Miramar, while also kind of just keeping traffic flowing and also keeping traffic from going too fast. And then in the pictures, I included a picture that Cleveland Heights recently installed a temporary roundabout towards the end of 2024, I believe. And I believe that is generally kind of what the style that South Euclid and University Heights would be interested in doing. And then there's the top right picture is kind of a more temporary looking one. That's just an example I found from Rockford, Illinois. And that picture in the bottom right is the intersection I was referring to that University Heights was interested in doing some form of temporary traffic circle at, which is very interesting. We are kind of working with them on the design of this, and we're curious to kind of see where it lands given the shape of it. Might possibly be kind of a peanut shaped roundabout that we've seen pop up in North Ridgeville. So just kind of an interesting concept. Some other upcoming projects with the city of Cleveland. We provided bollards for intersection daylighting. So these are areas in the city that are currently signed no parking zones, but cars will still use them as kind of an unofficial right turn lane or a lane that they can kind of pass cars in. So by providing these bollards, we're able to harden these areas and physically not allow these cars to enter the space. And by closing off this space from cars, it improves visibility for the driver and for bicycles and pedestrians that are looking to cross at the intersection. You can kind of see in that diagram where it kind of says the blind spot, and then once the intersection daylighting happens, that blind spot is no longer there. So it's essentially just removing cars from butting up right against from crosswalks. And The city is doing this at 10+ intersections throughout Detroit Shoreway, Woodland Hills, and Buckeye Shaker neighborhoods. And then in the village of Bratnall, they have expressed interest. They've kind of been looking at two different locations on possibly putting in a speed table. One is a pretty tight 15-mile-per-hour corner on Lake Shore. And then there's also another corner on Lake Shore that people remain going straight, even though Lake Shore turns left in the picture in the bottom right. So a lot of drivers that they'll be driving too fast even for Lake Shore. They'll end up going straight on this little residential street, and they're having a speeding problem on that. I believe that's Burton Ave. So that is just two other projects that we kind of have coming up here. Measuring an impact. This was a project from 2 years ago. We supplied speed tables to Cleveland Heights that they installed in 2 different areas, and they, using their own measurement methods, they were able to show us that within a year of putting these speed tables in, the average speed went from above the speed limit, which was 25. They were able to get that reduced to below, or basically at or below the speed limit. So it was nice for us to see that, these traffic calming techniques like speed tables and speed humps do have an impact on just slowing traffic down. In the pictures, you can just see the chart with the data, a picture of the road crew installing the speed table in Cleveland Heights, and then a map of the 2 areas that the speed tables were installed. They weren't installed in a series. Typically, speed tables are normally only like 400 feet to 600 feet apart, but they decided to try these each in very different areas, but they both had a really positive impact. So we wanted to be able to measure this impact ourselves, because as I said, in Cleveland Heights measured that data on their own, and they shared that with us. So we recently have purchased 2 MyoVision Scout Plus cameras. These are, and this is to support before and after data collection for our street supplies projects, to really show and give the communities that data that they can then kind of use to leverage their own project as they see fit. So these MyoVision Scouts, they are essentially just the portable version of the 16 permanent ones that we have out there in the field. So these are portable, temporary. They can be in the field for 9 to 15 days at a time, and they can collect volume, speed. They can be placed at an intersection and collect entire turning movement counts for an intersection. You can see in the bottom left is just an example of a volume and speed study that we did on East 28th Street in Lorraine, because we were doing a TLCI there. So we can kind of see, where is this, like what type of car is doing the speeding. And it's kind of cool how we can break it down like that. It's very useful for these types of studies. So this is just one update, one purchase that we made to kind of help improve like the data collection aspect of the program. So similar to the bike and ped counts, we would just like to increase the general awareness of this program, particularly in areas that may not know about it or communities that could benefit from it and just don't know about it. So we're asking for your local insight on where the street supplies program could be most beneficial. Neighborhoods, corridors, communities where safety, visibility, or access improvements could make a difference. Who should be involved? Are there groups that we could be reaching out to that could better reach some of these smaller communities that could really benefit from this, municipal departments, CDCs, we're other general just community organizations that we could connect with, just if and you have any input. And then how can this align locally? There is a local impact of this program. It's street supplies can support efforts from really a lot of different forms of local plans, active transportation plans, mobility plans, safety plans. And then just generally, what can kind of help this outreach happen? What community readiness or engagement considerations should guide our outreach? Are there materials or content that NOACA can create or that can kind of make this an easier program to kind of pass along to colleagues or describe to other people? We understand that this can sometimes be somewhat of a vague program if you haven't worked with us before on it. And then just things to think about possibly is to help NOACA connect with staff, community organizations, or partners who could possibly support or champion a project. Just help us identify different corridors or intersections, transit stops or stations that could benefit from a street supplies project. Is there some type of improvement that you think you would like to test out, and it would be a manageable thing to test out to kind of hopefully lead to something more permanent? So yeah, just kind of help us identify these areas that we can kind of complement local plans and efforts. And like I said, for the bike and ped presentation, this is not a commitment request today. We're focused just kind of on identifying these connections and opportunities so that we can kind of shape a more effective outreach strategy. And the financial impact, the budget for the combined bike and pedestrian count and street supplies outreach campaign is $21,160 for fiscal year 2027. Following today's discussion, we will work with NOACA's Public Affairs to coordinate next steps and may follow up with some of you to help make those connections. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Seeing none, thank you, Sam. We'll move on to the next presenter. Bike NEO Bike Map Web Application Update by Rob.
Hello again. There's no action requested for this item. Bike Neo is a web application similar to Google Maps, but with NOACA's level of traffic stress or LTS taken into account during routing. I'm going to go over the current state of the project and point you to an online survey for you to visit and provide input at the end of the presentation. Level of traffic stress, or LTS, is a score from 1 to 4, with a level of 1 assigned to streets or trails that are comfortable for beginners and children to ride on, and a level of 4 assigned to streets which even the most seasoned cyclists will find challenging, aka experts only. The app includes this information visualized in addition to the routing and includes other informational layers like rail routes and stations and bike shop locations. There are also informational tabs giving bike tips and laws and guidance, as well as links to transit agency websites. There are 2 ways of getting routing directions. One is abstracted to neighborhoods as origins and destinations, and another is door-to-door, more similar to Google Maps. The genesis of the neighborhood routing stems from NOACA having more detailed information for streets that are on our travel demand model network. This allows us to vet LTS better on these streets, but it also limits the streets that can be used in suggested routes. This eliminates most local streets from neighborhood routing. We also ran into a limitation that the distance provided by this routing option limits routes to a certain distance. Due to computational complexity, this routing is limited to trips of 5 miles or less. Door-to-door routing has no such limitations, though it includes streets that NOACA has less capacity to verify LTS scores for. I was going to do a live demo, but I've learned that it's much more difficult to do that in this room than it is in the room we used to use. So unfortunately, that was too ambitious and I can't do that. So the app will be helpful for transit riders wishing to make first and or last mile legs of their trips via bicycle. When we launch the app in June, we will reach out to transit agencies to enable them to share the tool with customers. Map layers contain some transit data currently. You can let us know in our survey if you think other information would be helpful to users, keeping in mind that too much information, for example, every RTA bus stop, may lead to clutter on the map. So here's a QR code with and a link to our survey. And one thing that we really want to learn about is whether anyone, how useful anyone believes the neighborhood routing to be, since it does have those limitations, or if we should just do door-to-door routing only. And we invite you to participate and visit the link to provide feedback. You may also have other transit-related things that you would like added to the map. And there are 2 questions. One is about the routing and the other is about the map content. So you can share with us what you'd like to see, what we might have missed. So please, if you can scan that code. I think I can also send out an email with the link after the meetings are over today, and we would love to hear your feedback. The financial impact is $118,000. Next steps, we will continue providing updates as development nears completion. Feedback from the survey will be used to refine and strengthen the application, and we are scheduled to be ready for public use and feedback by late spring 2026. We will continue developing the app after it goes live, so anything that you see from now to then or even after it launches, we're going to continue soliciting feedback and incorporating that into app development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to, are there any reports or updates? Being none, we'll move on to, is there any old business? None, any new business?
It's Tri-Transit Week. I know that a lot of us were in Columbus earlier this week, but Tri-Transit got one more day.
Absolutely. All right, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Good job.
Adjourned.
God bless you.
You haven't been here in a while, Ben. Welcome back.
Slacking off.
I know.
When the NOACA cycle starts every Friday for like months.
I know. But not anymore, right? Because
Oh, yeah. I'm still here.
I
I'm still
know.
here.
But like the committee assignments have changed. We need to
Yeah,
talk
I
to you.
got 2 committees now, so I'm on 5 damn things.
Notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak directly into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. I'd like to start by welcoming some new members to the BPAC, Cameron Roberts with the City of Cleveland Vision Zero Coordinator. Welcome, Cameron. And I don't know if he's here, Jason Boyd. We'll welcome him next time.
Jason is not here. I'm involved.
Oh,
I'm his alternate, David Rodacci, Director of Planning.
welcome, David. We'll start with approval of the minutes. Any corrections or additions? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve? Approved by Jim Sollenhalter. A second? Oh, yeah, Jim, sorry.
Hey, it's all right. I believe it's first page, Kessa Turnbull, not Turnball.
Nice correction on the name, yes, yeah. All right, a motion to approve with the correction. Motion by Kira. Second? Seconded by Jim. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion's approved. Are there any public comments signed in for today? No? Although we know, move on to the next agenda item, Chair or Executive Director's report.
Yeah, just a couple things this morning. Executive Director Galucci has a new newsletter that she's sending out monthly. I assume that you're all on the mail list. It's really geared towards NOACA Board of Directors members, committee, subcommittee, council members, just some more regular updates about what's going on at NOACA, including funding highlights, upcoming public meetings, major project milestones. So that's sent out via Constant Contact. There's also a link here if you want to check it out. And NOACA's fiscal year 27 draft overall work program is available for public comment. So this is our agency's annual work plan and budget document. And like all our major documents, we make it available for public comment. So you can view it from the link there and submit comments online or via email.
Thanks, Liz. Next agenda item, action items, and we have no action items for today's meeting, so we'll move into presentation and discussion items. We'll start with Rob Olhorn to give us an update on, or introduction to Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative. Sorry, Rob, I thought it was going to be TLCI. It's a new one.
Yeah, not TLCI, but TSCI. So NOACA has a goal of 0 fatal or serious injury crashes by 2050. Annual safety performance targets are set for the region with this goal in mind. This chart, which comes from the latest long-range plan, or WE-NEO 2050, which was adopted in June 25, reflects these goals, with counts of these crash types dropping to 0 by 2050. NOACA began publishing community safety reports in 2022, introducing the Federal Highway Administration's proven safety countermeasures. In 2025, the safety report methodology expanded with a cost-benefit analysis for selected countermeasures. These safety reports are integral to a targeted approach to achieving the agency's Vision Zero goals. These reports provide a list of locations where the highest impact projects can be implemented for the lowest relative cost. The cost-benefit ratios provided in the reports allow communities to make more informed decisions about likely results. These projects need funding to be implemented, The Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative, or TSCI, as we're pronouncing it, TESI, has two primary goals. The first is to provide a method of funding safety studies that are difficult for smaller communities to afford, but are required to access the largest ODOT funding sources. The second is to provide a dedicated source of funding for low-cost countermeasures that are too small to qualify for larger ODOT funds. ODOT's Highway Safety Improvement Program, or HSIP, is one of the largest funding programs for safety projects in the country. There are three different tracks to follow for HSIP funds. The formal track requires a formal safety study, and that is for receiving 500,000 to up to 6 million in funding for a 10% local match. This track requires a full detailed safety study, which costs in the tens of thousands up to over $100,000. The abbreviated track requires an abbreviated safety study, which can still cost in the tens of thousands of dollars. The systemic track is broken into pedestrian and roadway departure subsections and may require a variable size of study. Projects qualifying for the systemic track generally consist of many smaller projects, which combined may require substantial and costly safety studies. These studies are cost prohibitive for many communities, leaving many of the highest impact safety countermeasures unattainable. TESI aims to close the gap between these needs and funding eligibility. Countermeasure recommendations in NOACA's community safety reports will be eligible to compete for funding that bridges the safety study requirement gap between community needs and funded solutions. Our proposal for the new program is to make at least $1 million available each year with a competitive application based on our Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative, or TLCI model. TLCI consists of awards for planning studies and implementation awards, which fund the implementation of recommendations stemming from the planning studies. The community safety reports will serve as a baseline for communities to then apply for formal or abbreviated safety studies or systemic, which then directly qualify, sorry, the studies are not systemic, the studies are formal or abbreviated, which then directly qualify projects for funding. With guidance from NOACA's policy committee last year, the policy gradually evolved from a general transportation safety fund to the structure outlined previously, with the separate planning and implementation components as seen in the TLCI. One major revision came after we requested written feedback following the July meeting, when we decided to primarily use a regionally coordinated implementation project to better manage the program and meet the federal funding minimums. Right now, policy development has paused while we work on pilot projects to gather real-world data to better inform the rest of its development, just like we're doing with the Transportation and Economic Development Initiative, or TEDI, with the Arizona pilot project that is ongoing. While we're still developing scopes for our pilot planning studies and therefore don't have many details, we do have 2 cities signed on to be our partners. North Royalton is looking at a corridor study, while Richmond Heights is looking at an intersection study, which may also include a segment. While we're not actively working on implementation projects yet, Paramount has already signed up to be one of our partners for that. Our intention is to pilot a corridor implementation project and an intersection implementation project, just like we hypothetically have in our planning pilots. Financial impact currently budgeted is $450,000 allocated for fiscal years 26 and 27 to get the pilot projects going. And then, as stated before, we plan for it to be at least $1 million program when it's up and running. So we are in the process of arranging scoping meetings with study partners to pin down the details for preparing RFPs to get consultants. And then we will reach out to communities regarding implementation project pilots. And we will continue providing updates on Tessie's progress along the way. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, so I noticed one of the slides you had mentioned that you had those community reports, and those could be used to generate countermeasures and apply for safety funds. I've been involved with a lot of like safety funding application review at the like central office statewide level. Have you run those by anyone at central office safety? I think they're like, it's a good idea and really well done. I would just like, before you encourage communities to go apply for stuff in there, just make sure central office is aware of it and coordinate with them and see if they have any feedback, because they're ultimately going to be the ones approving the funding.
That is a good question. I know that we've worked closely with John Picuri at District 12, but I'm not sure who from central office has been involved, but
Okay.
I can follow up on that if you'd
Yeah,
like.
sure. If you need a suggestion, Jeremy Thompson or Brent Bogart are good ones to reach out to.
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
Jim?
Thanks. Question, since this is modeled after the TLCI, I was curious about your last slide about developing an RFP. You know, having done a number of TLCIs, you know, I'm used to awardees developing an RTP with, you know, in consultation with NOACA. Is this suggesting that the RFP process is directly through NOACA, or are awarded communities able to develop that RFP or RTP or RFP on their own?
I believe the plan is for NOACA to manage the projects with assistance from the communities.
Thank you.
Cameron?
Good morning. For this new program, are you envisioning that it's a strict requirement that locations be called out within the community safety report, which I understand is based off of 2022 and 2023 crash data right now? Or would it be possible for cities to propose other locations using more recent crash data, such as 2024 and 2025 as the justification?
Right now, we're just looking at using locations from the community safety reports.
Thank you.
A follow-up to that question, if a community, for example, I know like Independence has a Safe Streets for All Planning Award grant to develop a safety action plan, would any recommendations out of those types of plans be eligible?
Not as currently envisioned, but again, the policy has not set in stone. We're just starting with these pilot projects, but at the current moment, the vision is for using our community safety reports.
Any other questions?
So you mentioned the Aerozone and the Teddy
Yeah.
as pilot programs, and then you went on to mention the Parma project, and then Royalton, and I believe one in Warrensville as well. Is the pilot that's going on in the Aerozone and Teddy, is that what you're looking at to take further into those corridors? Is that the is it the same concept?
No, that is, that's transportation for economic development. It's
Okay.
not safety.
So that pilot is just for economic development itself, and these are branches that come off of those projects?
Well, so there's TLCI, TESC, which I'm talking about now,
Mhm.
and then TEDI, TEDI, that's another one. So there's the livable communities, safer communities, and then economic development.
So as we're talking about the pilots, those are just pilots in and of themselves. There's not really anything, any kind of crossover into those projects that we're waiting on for those corridors.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? please?
I guess there's separation between those projects, the Teddy and the Aerozone. There's no data or there's no information that you're going to be looking to prove in those projects that are going to carry over into any of these more corridor projects.
It's just unrelated to
Okay.
TESC, yes.
That's just an example of how we pilot a project within an initiative in order to develop a fully vetted policy and procedures. So Teddy is in itself an initiative, and Arizona is the pilot project we're doing for that to develop the full program procedures and policy.
That's correct. Thanks, Liz.
Cameron?
Do you see any opportunity for this new program to align with street supplies for, say, smaller, quick build projects that might not rise to the level of, say, an ODOT HSIP application?
Well, street supplies is standalone. This is really targeted toward bridging that funding gap. So street supplies, I mean, you could pilot something with street supplies and that might help the application depending on how the TESI policy works out. Or if you applied for TESI funding and didn't get it, then you could maybe want to use street supplies to do a temporary solution in the meantime before the next round of funding, et cetera. So I see that they can complement each other, but there's no direct relationship.
I want to provide a little more insight into Cameron's question from the ODOT perspective. So if ODOT central office agrees with the recommendations in those community reports, and some of them are lower cost, like for instance, we'll use like a longitudinal channelization system like they have out at Superior and 13th out here to like control access and things like that. Those items are on state purchase contracts. Those purchase contracts are open to any public entity to use. Like vendors will honor those prices. And what we've done at the district level is use the abbreviated safety funding based on, you don't really need that much information. Like what's in the community report is probably enough. And you can just go pull a quote together and say, hey, this is what we want to buy. This is what we want to use it for. And use that as an application. And you can get stuff pretty quick that way. They review those quarterly. So
That's a good point. If it's a smaller project that doesn't need the TESI to use it as a gap for the safety study funding, if you don't need a full study or even an abbreviated study, then it's kind of moot to worry about whether TESI would help at all.
Any additional questions, discussion? No? All right, thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sam Schweiker to give an update on the bike and pedestrian counts.
Good morning, council. Sam Schweiker, I'll be providing the update on the bike and pedestrian count. No action is being requested at this time. This item is for information and presentation only, and there is no previous action. So some of you might be pretty familiar with this. Just a quick background. We collect bicycle and pedestrian data using two different methods. We have our volunteer manual bike counts, which are twice a year, every May and September. And then we also have counting equipment in the field. We have 16 MyoVision counters that count all modes, cars, bikes, and peds, and these are primarily at intersections. And then we have two eco counters that only count bikes and peds, and those are located on Edge Hill Road in Cleveland Heights and Lorraine Carnegie Bridge. Manual bike counts, these are 2-hour period counts at about 50 different locations per count, while our counting equipment is counting 24/7 round the clock. So we have 2-hour counts versus continuous counts. So we use a conversion factor for our 2-hour counts to get those to daily counts. And just in the images that you see here, the bottom right one is kind of what the data looks like from our MyoVision intersection counts. Those collect, the turning movement of every car. So it's kind of interesting. And then just another image of the tally sheet that volunteers use to manually fill out as they sit and count bicycles and pedestrians. So these are kind of the two of the main methods that we have to collect this non-motorized data. Location selection, we have kind of 5 main criteria that we abide by when choosing these locations: historical continuity, project status, regional coverage, location characteristics and requests from the community. We understand the value of the historical continuity. We've been counting at some of the same different locations since the program started in 2011. Project status, we try to keep an eye on regional and local current roadway, transportation, trail projects, just a handful that are in mind for this upcoming counts this year. Memorial Bridges Loop, Payne Ave Phase 2, East 28th Street TLCI in Lorraine, Old Lorraine Road Connector on the Lakewood Rocky River border, and Euclid Beach Connector. These are just projects that we kind of happen to know about and are on our radar. If there's some project that you feel important and some form of data collection for that project should be done, please reach out to us. We're usually pretty good with working with groups to try to accommodate locations that they would like counted. And as I said, community requests, doing any kind of your own study, or like I said, you have any locations in mind, or just a general corridor that you have in mind, and we can choose the exact location, but feel free to reach out to us. We really want the locations that we count at to be useful for the whole region and to produce data that communities can use for their own projects. As I said, with location characteristics, we aim to have a variety of facility types, functional classes, geographies, and land uses, while still kind of having a preference for higher volumes. But we do make exceptions if it is some kind of interesting area or location, or maybe an interesting phase during a project that it would be nice to have this non-motorized data collected at. This map that you're looking at here just shows all the different locations that that we count at. So all of these smaller black dots, these are locations that we use to choose the roughly 50 locations for the volunteer bike counts. These were all chosen according to the selection methodology. There's definitely less locations in the outer counties. It's a bit more challenging to locate useful and kind of locations that would provide good data while also being safe for someone to be outside and counting at. It's a little more limited in some of the rural locations, but we do kind of do our best to count at some of those regional trails and such that might be in the outer counties. Or if there is a smaller city center, Chardon Square, Middlefield has a little, their downtown area, Oberlin, some of these more outer areas. So how can our bike and ped counts impact access to transit? So collecting this non-motorized data near transit facilities can be particularly useful in helping us understand what this first and last mile connection looks like. Is there even a first and last mile connection? Connectivity is an important factor in increasing transit ridership. So this is just kind of a good resource to kind of go to for this non-motorized data that could kind of just help us understand how many bikes and pedestrians are going to a transit stop or station typically in a day. And then it also lets us know bike and ped volumes along any transit agency priority corridors that they may have, including such as corridors identified in GCRTA's 2020 strategic plan, like West 25th or Lorraine. This year's counts, we will be including 2 transit locations, one being at West 25th and Lorraine Ave, to collect some pre-project data before the BRT West 25th project, and then also at the Tri-C Rapid Station to get an idea of kind of foot traffic and bike traffic that typically is going to and from there on a given day. So two statistics that that volunteers do count as they mark as they fill out their tally sheets are we do collect helmet usage, and we also collect a percentage of cyclists that are riding on the sidewalk. We don't necessarily, do anything specific with this, but these are just two kind of interesting data points that we do collect. And then count volumes give an insight to where bikes and pedestrians may feel more or less comfortable. So it kind of where we do see these very high counts, it does let us know that that is an environment or a place or a park that these riders do feel very safe riding. But then it also kind of opens up when you do have these really high volumes, say when it's a nice day in the spring and you have really high volumes at Edgewater Park or some of these other parks, it does then present more of a bike versus pedestrian conflict. So it's kind of an interesting relationship with safety. And then where we see very low volumes or almost, nothing, that kind of gives an insight to where there could be a gap in safe infrastructure. So, just low volume counts can still be very useful. And then leverage count data to support a case for more safe and separated bike lanes, walking paths, and multi-use trails. We want this, the data that comes from these counts to be data that communities can use on their own and they can use to leverage for more bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And then our bike and pedestrian counting, it lets us know generally it informs potential cycling demand. Other two sources that our potential cycling demand can be sourced from is the NOACA travel forecasting model and our household travel survey. So this kind of lets us know where we know people ride bikes versus where facilities actually exist. So then this it helps us prioritize construction of new bike facilities within areas of potential demand, because you really there's no point of, building bike facilities in an area where there isn't even potential demand. So generally, we want the red to kind of match up more, to kind of cover more where the green is, in a sense of speaking. So for today, we are seeking your help identifying connections, organizations, schools, advocacy groups, or community networks that could support bike and pedestrian count volunteers. We generally just want to increase the number of volunteers that we attract to this program. This input will help NOACA design targeted outreach and volunteer recruitment. So we're kind of just asking you today and encouraging you to think about, where could we connect to kind of improve this interaction? What organizations, schools, advocacy groups could we kind of reach out to help recruit more volunteers? Who can help spread the word? Different communication channels, monthly newsletters that this could be included in, or social media or meetings. Where should we focus? Are there corridors, neighborhoods, or activity centers where volunteer participation might be stronger? And then are there timing, accessibility, or community trust considerations we should account for kind of in this outreach process? So this is not a commitment request today. We're just generally focused on identifying different and more opportunities, partners, and community connections, so we can kind of just shape an effective outreach strategy. Financial impact, the budget for the combined bike and pedestrian count and street supplies outreach campaign is $21,160 for fiscal year 2027. Next steps, this new outreach campaign will begin in earnest in fiscal year 2027. So mainly this would be impacting more the count in September. NOACA staff will incorporate feedback and suggestions from the council and will provide updates on further development. And NOACA will continue to share updated bicycle and pedestrian count data on our GIS portal. I do also just want to add that all of our bike and pedestrian data is up to date on our GIS portal. I know there was a little bit that we did not have the most updated data on there, so I just wanted to make sure that you're all aware of that. And following today's discussion, we will work with NOACA's public affairs to coordinate next steps and may follow up with some of you to help make those connections. That is all I have.
Thanks, Sam. Any questions or discussion? Ariel?
Good morning.
She just turned it off.
I was saying, good morning. One question. Would you like that information today or should we send that to you?
You can send that to me.
Okay.
Yeah, that I can however is easy for you. You can just send that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sarah?
I just want to say thank you very much to Sam and the NOACA team for doing the count program. I know we've used it quite a bit at Cleveland Metro Parks, and for a number of years we had specific locations that we had NOACA count before and after we put in our tiger trails, which really helped with our baseline reporting and our follow-up reporting. So I think that's been a great partnership. We freed up some of those locations for these counts coming up, but if anyone does have those volunteers that can help, we had our contingent of volunteers count those locations and count other locations too.
And we appreciate that very
Yeah.
much for helping with the volunteers and the locations and such.
Yeah, and they'll go beyond the ones that were flagged as Metro Parks locations, but it's worked out really well. We have a lot of eager volunteers that do it. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for that partnership. And then I do have a couple of questions. With some of the other data that's available through, ODOT has bike ped information and routes that are available. There's Strava Metro, there's Placer AI. Have you looked at how to integrate some of that information into the count program, or kind of checked it to see, to validate the count information?
Yeah, that is it's not something that we currently do, but that is definitely something that I think we could definitely incorporate more sources of that data kind of in what we currently do, and kind of fact check some of that with other sources to make sure that what we're looking at is accurate. So I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, and just anecdotally, I've done it on a few locations where we had like an eco counter versus your counts versus Strava Metro, and they were all in the same ballpark, but just globally being able to validate it would be helpful. And then to offer up to, Cleveland Metro Parks is going to be doing some observational counts throughout the spring and summer at certain trail locations. The purpose is more to look at e-bikes and e-mobility, but we'll have volunteers that are out there a lot during like the summertime, and for longer counts, not just the typical weekday evening.
Yeah.
So I'd like to just offer that we could share that data with you. It would have to, again, be kind of fit, since we're looking at different blocks of time throughout the day, how that could maybe assist with your count program.
Thank you very much, Ad. Appreciate that.
Any other questions or discussion? I do have one question, Sam. I know in the past, I think it was maybe 2019, there was a bike count report that NOACA had put together and published. Is there any plan to do that again in the work program in the near future?
Yes, we are, we will be planning, I believe that report covered like a span of 6 or 7 years. So yeah, I believe we are just now kind of coming up to where we'll be creating something new. I don't know exactly if it will just be a, an update of that exact plan or what, but yes, we definitely plan on creating a kind of just a program summary, kind of basically of what the last 6 or 7 years of that data, and kind of break that down into as many different kind of aspects as we can. But I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thanks. And like Sarah, always happy to promote getting volunteers out counting bikes. So
Thank you, Jacob.
yeah, cool. Next up, we have Sam again, giving a street supplies update.
Alrighty, here we go on the street supplies update. No action is being requested at this time. This item is for information and presentation. No previous action. Brief background on this. You've all probably seen this slide before. Street supplies is a library of items that communities or groups can use for free to temporarily demonstrate or test out how a project might work, look, or feel before it's permanently installed. Projects should relate to improving safety, encouraging multimodal transportation, and enlivening public spaces. This allows time for data collection and community feedback, which really helps lead to a more informed, permanent installation that the community will be happy with. It's really nice to just have a chance to collect quantitative and qualitative data to kind of measure the impact of a project. And then overall, it's just an opportunity to educate residents in a fun way, get volunteers out, kind of all collectively doing something together and getting dirty, and it's kind of a fun time. Generally, we have different kinds of paint and tape. We have materials that can be removed in a day or can stay out there for a couple months at a time. Tape, we have high reflective tape that can be used for lining bike lanes and crosswalks and such. For signage, we have safety-related signs for bike and ped crossings. Then we also have educational signage like you see there. We have little yard signs that are tailored to a collection like of general projects, curb extension, mid-block crosswalk, pedestrian bump outs. And the sign kind of has a description of what it is, what it does, and kind of the safety issue that it's helping solve. So that's nice for local residents and neighbors to kind of see and kind of learn about the project and maybe kind of feel like they're more involved. Street furniture, we have different forms of tables, chairs, parklets. So just great materials to kind of, for those open street projects, or when you're trying to reclaim some of that on-street parking and give it back to the pedestrians. So some cool stuff that you can do with those. And then traffic safety devices. We have different speed tables, speed humps, different forms of bollards, flex posts, jersey barriers, cones. A lot of items that are not pictured here, but stuff that really any form of project, we kind of have what you would need to at least create some form of that. And we are also always open to new materials or maybe something more tailored to a specific project that a group has in mind. Depending on what it is, we're open to purchasing that specifically for a project or something. Just some project ideas, parklet, open street concept. You have different things you can do with bike lanes, separated bike lane, buffered bike lane, curb extension, and enhanced crosswalks, probably two of the most common projects done in this program, and speed tables. And you have the temporary roundabout, refuge island, chicanes, all are doable and good projects. How can street supplies impact access to transit? So kind of like with the bike and ped counts, street supplies could be utilized to improve this first and last mile connection. An example in the picture on the right from the East Broad Street demonstration project in Columbus, you can see they're using a Zikla transit platform. This is an item that we've considered buying in the past, kind of depending on if a community would want to use it, but this is something that we could purchase in the future. And this is just a really good example of kind of improving that first and last mile connection, making it easier to kind of get on and off this bus, particularly for someone in a wheelchair. And then other things other than a transit platform, just enhanced crosswalks, mid-block crosswalks. Is it easy to cross a street to get to the bus stop that's on the other side of the street? Things like that, bike lanes, signage, bike racks, curb ramp. Safety is key. So in street supplies, often groups and communities will prioritize an area with, it usually stems from some kind of safety challenge that they want to test out, some kind of pop-up or demonstration project to see if they can solve. I'd say typically, a good example are neighborhood streets that with fast cut-through traffic. That's, a very common reason that people come to this program for. And then also the process for a demonstration project is similar to that of a permanent project. It creates important dialogue between community leaders, planners, engineers, safety leaders, about how to improve safety and design a project in a safe manner. Otherwise, this might, those people might not have been brought together to kind of have that kind of conversation. And then by providing temporary opportunities for people to cross the street or use a bike facility, that latent demand for a safe facility becomes much more obvious. You can't really measure the demand until you kind of give an opportunity to people do it safely. And then then that demand can become more obvious. By providing temporary opportunities for people to cross, sorry, you said that. So just improve support, increase safety, mobility, and connectivity for bicycles and pedestrians by borrowing materials to test out. You can see in these pictures, we have different stencils and such. You can make it look pretty. But we really have all the materials that you would need to kind of create something like that, like a safe crosswalk or a bike lane. Some upcoming projects, we have 2 different projects on Miramar Boulevard, South Euclid and with University Heights. South Euclid wants to either test out a temporary traffic circle or speed table at 5 or 6 different intersections on Miramar between Bexley Park and Cedar Road. It's kind of in that area, Miramar is kind of a windy boulevard with a lot of fast drivers and large intersections. So they are hoping to address that. And University Heights would like to do a temporary traffic circle also on Miramar Boulevard at the intersection of Miramar, Washington, and Meadowbrook, right, adjacent to Jesu and John Carroll. So that's an area that has a lot of foot traffic, a lot of younger kids. So this would be a great area to improve bike and pedestrian safety by slowing cars down with these speed tables and temporary traffic circles. Pictured on the right, I included a temporary traffic circle that Cleveland Heights installed, I believe, in late 2024. The top right picture is just kind of a much more temporary traffic circle example from Rockford, Illinois. And then in the bottom right corner is an aerial image of the intersection that University Heights would like to try a traffic circle in. And as you can see, pretty irregularly shaped. So we are working with them on what the design of this could look like, and we are interested to see what that might result in. We've seen peanut-shaped roundabouts starting to pop up. There's one in North Ridgeville, so it's just kind of interesting to see where this goes. With the city of Cleveland, NOACA provided bollards for intersection daylighting. These bollards will be used to harden zones that are currently signed as no parking, but cars will often use them as an unofficial turn lane and such, which makes it dangerous for people that are trying to cross there. So generally, the point of this is to remove cars that are butting up kind of right against the crosswalk to improve visibility, both for the driver that is stopping at that stop sign and also to improve visibility for those crossing. As you can see in that diagram in the top right, when those two cars right by the crosswalk with the blind spot sticker on them, they're removed. There is a much more visual line for everyone that is using that crosswalk or is stopped at the stop sign. And the intersection daylighting will be done at 10+ intersections throughout the Detroit Shoreway, Woodland Hills, and Buckeye Shaker neighborhoods. And then the village of Bracknell there are two different locations that Village of Bracknell is looking at possibly putting a speed table in. One is a very tight 15-mile-per-hour corner on Lakeshore. And the other is a side street. If you look in the bottom right picture, where Lakeshore curves left, there is a residential street that remains going straight, and they're having an issue with drivers remaining straight, thinking that they're still on Lakeshore, driving way too fast for that residential street. So those are just some projects that are coming down the line. Measuring impact. This was just an example of a project we did with Cleveland Heights two years ago. We gave them 2 speed tables that they installed on South Taylor Road and Harcourt Drive in the fall of 2024. And a year later, they were able to send us the data from these 2 speed tables, and the speed limit in both areas was 25 miles per hour. So if you look at the chart, they were able to bring down that average speed to about at or below the 25 mile per hour speed limit. So that's nice to see that kind of a project working as it should. And it's nice being able to see that impact, to know for ourselves that it's working, and just to be able to share with other groups that, this is what we did and it did work. So we decided that we'd like to be able to collect that kind of data ourselves, like before and after data for a street supplies project. So we recently purchased 2 MyoVision Scout Plus cameras. These are essentially the portable version of our 16 permanent MyoVision counting cameras in the region. These are portable, temporary, They can be in the field for 9 to 15 days at a time or less. And it's a device that kind of is a large, the middle picture there. It's not the most discreet looking device. It is kind of this large white box that is attached to an extending pole that goes about 25 feet in the air. And then it has kind of a downward angled view that you can see there towards the top of the screen. But these devices have already been very useful. We've kind of tested them out and used them out a couple different times. So particularly for like a volume and speed study, you can see in the bottom left corner, you know, they're really able to break the data down into, you know, type of vehicle, the mean speed per vehicle type, the counts per vehicle type. So it's really, it helps with kind of identifying what the problem in a certain area might be. And there's other different kinds of studies that they can collect. Intersection studies, there's a roundabout study that it can collect. So we're hoping to utilize these devices more in the future to help collect and show pre and post data from street supplies projects. So regarding street supplies, we're really trying to improve kind of the awareness of the program, especially in communities and groups that could really benefit from this. We're asking for your local insight on where the street supplies program could be most beneficial, neighborhoods, corridors, or communities where safety and visibility or access improvements could really make a difference. This is not, this is not a commitment request today. We are just focused on identifying opportunities, partners, and community connections so we can shape an effective outreach strategy. So where is the need? Are there areas in your community that could benefit from some type of street supplies investment? Are there municipal departments that you know of, or CDCs or community organizations that we could reach out to that may not know about this program? How can this align locally? Are there local plans that street supplies could support? This could be transit access improvements, safety initiatives, mobility plans, active transportation plans. You can really kind of get creative with how this program can be leveraged. What will help this succeed? What community readiness or engagement considerations should guide our outreach? So like I said, not a commitment request today, but if you do have any connections or engagement opportunities that you can share with us, we are all ears. Financial impact. The budget for the combined bike and pedestrian count and street supplies outreach campaign is $21,160 for fiscal year 2027. Following today's discussion, we will work with NOACA's Public Affairs to coordinate next steps and may follow up with some of you to help make those connections. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Any questions or discussion? Cameron? I'll say Cameron. That was in Cameron's hand. I don't know your name. Go ahead.
My question is about the Maya Vision counters. Can communities request to have one of those to track traffic? And also, can they collect accurate data on a roadway that's 2 lanes in each direction, more than 1 lane in each direction?
So yes, they can collect up to 4 lanes. There just can't be a median. So that added space that a median would add seems to be right where like the cutoff point of its general like max distance is. But for as far as communities to borrow it, as of now, we are trying to keep these cameras specifically for if you have a if you have a project that they could be used to collect like pre and post data for, I think generally we would prefer it being street supplies projects that they're being used for, but I think if you had a project that maybe wasn't a street supplies project, it was still some form of smaller scale like some form of demonstration project. I think that if nobody else was using them, then we'd be happy to we haven't actually lended them out yet. Like we want to make sure that they're safe when they're in the field. And so we would just need to kind of think about that, but that was the intention, that when we got them, that this was kind of something that we could both use, or maybe we wouldn't actually, like, I would maybe go to where you want it and I would set it up and then I'd come out and take it down. So maybe not physically giving it to you, but you know, we could accommodate that.
It would definitely be for something that's a street supplies type project that we would want to measure before and after data for. So this is not for like your average traffic study.
Hi, Sam. Couple quick questions. Do you still need to have a contract in place with you when you borrow the items?
Yes.
Okay. Second question, if we were to borrow items, is it still required to come pick them up and drop them off?
Yes.
Okay. I think I had a final question, but I can't remember it.
I mean, if
ahead.
we can work, I don't know, depending on, like, you know, I have brought items out to
Correct.
groups before, so I wouldn't want that to, like, if that's keeping you from doing a project, I would like to think we would consider maybe something that could help you or coming to you, but typically, yeah, we prefer if the group can come here.
Absolutely. One more quick question. If we borrow the items, can you remind me if there's a certain time of like how long we can have it to do our demo before we bring it back in case someone else needs it, of course?
Yeah, so that is somewhat, if no one else is requesting that item, we will not be, unless it is just an unreasonable amount of time, like it's something that shouldn't be out there during winter time with the snow or something. But unless another group needs that item, we won't be asking for it back just so it can sit in our storage unit. So we'd really only be asking for it. We really only ask for, you know, we need it back when another group needs it. But for timing of a project, we can work with you on that, whether it's you know, a couple weeks or a couple months. We can be pretty flexible.
Any more questions for Sam? Cool. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we're hearing from Rob again about the Bike Neo app.
Hello again. No action requested on this. As I think you mostly are aware, Bike Neo is a web application similar to Google Maps, but this uses NOACA's level of traffic stress, or LTS, that is taken into account when doing the routing. I'll go over the current state of the project and point you to an online survey for you to visit and provide input at the end of the presentation. LTS is a score from 1 to 4, with a level of 1 assigned to streets or trails that are comfortable for beginners and children to ride on, and a level of 4 assigned to streets which even most seasoned cyclists will find challenging, aka experts only. The app includes this information visualized in addition to the routing, and includes other information layers like rail routes and stations, bike shop locations. trailheads, etc. There are also informational tabs giving biking tips and laws and guidance, as well as links to transit agency websites and Metro Park websites. There are two ways of getting routing directions currently. One is an abstracted to neighborhoods as origins and destinations, and another that is door-to-door, more similar to Google Maps. The genesis of the neighborhood routing stems from NOACA having more detailed information for streets that are on our travel demand model network. This allows us to vet LTS better on these streets, but also limits the streets that can be included in suggested routes. This eliminates many local streets from neighborhood routing. We also ran into a limitation that the distance provided by this routing option limits routes to a particular distance. Due to computational complexity, the routing is currently limited to trips of 5 miles or less, whereas door-to-door routing has no such limitations, though it includes streets that NOACA has less capacity to verify LTS scores for. Here is an example of the neighborhood routing option from the NOACA building to West Side Market. Here you can see the red dot is West Side Market, and you can see where the routing takes you, not quite there. Here's the door-to-door routing option. You can see the toggle tab on the top left there for the two different routing options. And here you can see that it takes you directly to the West Side Market. Also, door-to-door routing has the added benefit of having step-by-step directions, which we've not been able to implement for the neighborhood routing. I was going to do a live demo, but that was not apparently technically possible here. We have lots of transit data on there with the fixed, the rail routes and transit stations, so people can make first and last mile connections. There are other layers that have, like I said, the trailheads and bike shops and the LTS layers and my slides got mixed up, sorry. So here's the link to our survey where you can let us know whether you believe that we should use, whether you find benefits from the neighborhood routing, what your thoughts are on that, and as well as there's an interactive map where you can view the layers that are included, and you can let us know if we've missed things that you believe are integral to the operation of the app for users. And I'll send out a link in email to all of you, but if you want to, you can scan that QR code with your phones right now and visit the survey. Or also you can give us feedback right now. Project budget is a bit over 118,000. Next steps, we will continue providing updates as app development nears completion, which is expected to be done in June. Feedback from the survey will be used to refine and strengthen the application. And we will continue taking feedback after the app launches, as it will be an ongoing development process. Does anyone have questions or comments?
I have two questions, Rob. One, is the app able to be downloaded by like us to be able to like use it and try it out to give feedback that way, or is the survey that you shared going to give us that ability to be able to like route some things and see if it makes sense?
Our intention is that by the next BPAC, we will be letting people, doing have beta testers, and you guys will be in that group.
And then my second question is, well, I love apps. I'm curious if there is going to be available at least a data file of the old printed map that groups or communities can print out. We often get requests from people for actually a printed map, and it could be an opportunity. Maybe there's a QR code to download the app, so it can kind of be it's like a paper map, but here's a cool app you can use as well. So I'm curious if there's a plan to do that as well.
So presently, we're focusing on the app development, but we're looking at that as an opportunity to get all of our data in order and updated because it has been a while since we printed maps. So once we have all of that done and the app is launched, then we plan to design new printed maps and print them out. And those are budgeted for in fiscal year 27.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none? All right, thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Next agenda item are reports or updates. Are there any reports or updates? No? All right. Next, is there any old business? Hearing none. Any new business? Excellent. All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Motion first by Neil, seconded by Sarah. Cool. All in favor? All right. Our next meeting will be May 15th, 10:30 a.m. here at NOACA's offices. Thanks, everybody.
In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to the Roberts Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by a voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public and recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphone can be turned on and off using the button at the top of them. Before we start, I'd like to welcome the following new members to the Safety and Operations Council. David Bass, Major Transportation Projects Coordinator, City of Cleveland. Jason Boyd, County Administrator, Lake County. Patrick Rogan Myers, Director of Planning and Development, City of Euclid. Approval of meeting minutes, November 21st, 2025. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Has anyone signed in to speak today? There being none, we'll move to the next agenda item. The chairman executives report. Is there an executive director's report today?
A few things for you this afternoon now. Executive Director Galucci has a new newsletter. She's publishing monthly. It's going towards all NOACA board members, committee, subcommittee, council members, generally interested in what's happening at NOACA. It'll include some relevant updates about boards and commissions or committees, major planning project milestones, public meetings and upcoming engagements, funding highlights, and that sort of thing. So I imagine it would have gone to all of your inboxes since we have all your emails. But if not, there's a link on the slide that can be accessed from our website if you're interested in reviewing it. And also NOACA's fiscal year 2027 draft overall work program is available for public comment. So this is NOACA's annual work plan and budget, and like all of our major planning documents, we make it available for public comment. So it can be accessed on our website from the link, and comments can be sent in, I think on the website, but also at the email address.
Thank you. There are no action items for today's meeting. For our presentations, first we have Rob Olhorn.
Good afternoon. I believe this was originally presented to you guys, but it did not have a name back in last May. Now it has a name. It's the Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative. And I will introduce you to it as such and what it is currently in its development, where it is currently in its development. There's no action required or requested. NOACA has a goal of 0 fatalities or serious injury crashes by 2050. Annual safety performance targets are set for the region with this goal in mind. This chart from the latest long-range plan, AKA We Neo 2050, which was adopted in June of 25, reflects these goals, with counts of these crash types dropping to 0 by 2050. NOACA began publishing community safety reports in 2022, introducing the Federal Highway Administration's proven safety countermeasures. In 2025, the safety report methodology was expanded with a cost-benefit analysis for selected countermeasures. These safety reports are integral to a targeted approach to achieving the agency's Vision Zero goals. These reports provide a list of locations where the highest impact projects can be implemented for the lowest relative cost. The cost-benefit ratios provided in the reports allow communities to make more informed decisions about likely results. These projects need funding to be implemented. The Transportation for Safer Communities Initiative, or TESI, has two primary goals. The first is to provide a method of funding safety studies that are difficult for smaller communities to afford, but are required to access the largest ODOT funding sources. The second is to provide a dedicated source of funding for low-cost countermeasures that are too small to qualify for larger ODOT funds. ODOT's Highway Safety Improvement Program is one of the largest funding programs for safety projects in the country. There are 3 different tracks to follow for HSIP funds. The formal track requires a formal safety study to receive $500,000 to up to $6 million in funding for a 10% local match. This track requires a full detailed safety study, which costs in the tens of thousands up to over $100,000. The abbreviated track requires an abbreviated safety study, which can still cost in the tens of thousands of dollars. And the systemic track, which is broken into pedestrian and roadway departure subsections, and it may require a variable size of study. Projects qualifying for the systemic track generally consist of many smaller projects which are combined and require substantial and which combined may require substantial and costly safety studies. These studies are cost prohibitive for many local communities, leaving many of the highest impact safety countermeasures unattainable. TESI aims to close the gap between these needs and funding eligibility. Countermeasure recommendations in NOACA's community safety reports will be eligible to compete for funding that bridges the safety study requirement gap between community needs and funded solutions. Our proposal for the new program is to make at least $1 million available each year with a competitive application based on our popular Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative, or TLCI model. TLCI consists of awards for planning studies and implementation awards, which fund the implementation of recommendations stemming from the planning studies. The community safety reports will serve as a baseline for communities to then apply for formal or abbreviated safety studies, which then directly qualify projects for funding. With guidance from NOACA's policy committee last year, the policy gradually evolved from a general transportation safety fund to the structure outlined previously, with separate planning and implementation components, as seen in TLCI. One major revision came after we requested written feedback following the July meeting of the policy committee, when we decided to primarily use a regionally coordinated implementation project to better manage the program and meet the federal funding minimums. Right now, policy development has paused while we work on pilot projects to gather real-world data to better inform the rest of its development, just like we're doing with the Transportation and Economic Development Initiative with the Aerozone pilot project, which is ongoing. While we are still developing scopes for our pilot planning studies and therefore don't have many details, we do have 2 cities signed on to be our partners. North Royalton is looking at a corridor study, while Richmond Heights is looking at an intersection study, which may also include a segment. While we're not actively working on implementation projects yet, Parma has already signed up to be one of our partners for that. Our intention is to pilot a corridor implementation project and an intersection implementation project, just like we are planning to do with the, or in the works to do with our planning pilots. The financial impact is 450,000 allocated for fiscal years 26 and 27 to work on these pilot projects. And as stated, the eventual goal is to have at least $1 million annually to fund the ongoing program. Next steps, NOACA staff will arrange scoping meetings with the planning study partners to pin down the details for preparing an RFP for a consultant. We will reach out to communities regarding the implementation project pilots, and we will continue giving updates on TESI's progress. Thank you. Any questions? All right, thanks.
Thank you. For the next presentation, we have bike and pedestrian count updates from Sam Schweikert.
Afternoon, Council. I'm Sam Schweikert, and I'll be providing the update on the bike and pedestrian count. No action is requested. This item is for information and presentation only, and there is no previous action. So a brief background on our bike and pedestrian count program. So we collect bike and pedestrian data primarily two different ways. We have our manual volunteer bike counts that you may have heard about. These are implemented by volunteers twice each year in May and September. These counts cover roughly 50 locations across the region, and volunteers are asked to count for a two-hour period. And then we also have counting equipment in the field. We have 16 myovision counters that primarily count at intersections. And then we have 2 eco counters that count along bike trails and paths. And our counting equipment counts for 24 hours. It's continuously counting. So that we do have a conversion factor that we use to bring our 2-hour counts up to 24-hour counts, so we can kind of look at everything together. Images on the right, it's the tally sheet that volunteers are asked to fill out while they sit and count bikes and peds. And then in the bottom right is the diagram that is a result from the myovision counters that collect turning movement counts at intersections. So it helps us break the count into each of the separate approaches to the intersections, so you can kind of have a good handle on each leg at an intersection. When we're choosing locations, we kind of keep 5 general criteria in mind so that we have a nice variety in locations. These include historical continuity, project status, regional coverage, location characteristics, and requests from the community. We understand the value in maintaining counts at a location that has been counted for many years. We try to keep in mind as many regional roadway projects and trail projects as we can that would provide a value to count either before the project, after the project, or even during. So just some projects in mind this year are just to name a few: the Memorial Bridges Loop downtown, Payne Ave Phase 2, East 28th Street TLCI in Lorraine, and Euclid Beach Connector in Euclid. And then as I said, we take requests from the community. If you have specific locations or corridors that this data would be very useful for, you can let us know. If you're kind of doing your own study or count type of little program, we're happy to incorporate those locations into our counts. So with location characteristics, we really strive to have a variety in bike facility types, roadway functional classes, variety in geographies and land use, while still having a preference for higher volumes. On the screen here is a map of all the locations that we count bike and pedestrian data at. So all of the smaller black dots, these are all of our volunteer locations. All these locations are never in the same count at one time. There's a little over 200 possible locations there. But it's just to kind of show the geographical coverage that the locations that you could count at cover. So that's just the complete collection, but only 50 at a time get chosen for one count. And then we have our eco counter in the green. Those are both, one of those is in Cleveland Heights on Edge Hill, and then we have another eco counter on Lorraine Carnegie Bridge. And then in the blue dots, you can see our MyoVision counters, which we do have one of those in each county. So how can our bike and ped counting program impact access to transit? So counting bikes and pedestrians near transit facilities can be particularly useful in understanding things like the first and last mile connection. Are bikes and pedestrians able to access that bus stop or that transit station? Can they access it easily, or is it difficult? And kind of just understanding a general volume of bikes and peds going to and from any given transit facility in a day. That's very useful data to have. And then it also just helps us understand this bike and ped volume along transit agency priority corridors, such as corridors identified in GCRTA's 2020 strategic plan. It's like West 25th, Lorraine. This year's counts will include locations at West 25th and Lorraine Ave, sort of to get some pre-project data in regard to the BRT project along West 25th. And then we're also including a location just outside the Tri-C Rapid Station, trying to look at typical foot traffic and bicycles going to and from there that take the Tri-C Rapid Station to and from class. In regard to safety, so as part of our volunteer counts on the tally sheet, we do collect helmet usage and the percentage of cyclists that are riding on sidewalks. Currently we don't do anything super specific with this data, but it is something that we collect and we think is interesting. So that might be something we kind of do something with here in the near future. But overall, these count volumes, they just give us an insight to where bikes and pedestrians might feel more or less safe. Higher volumes mean that it's more likely that they feel safe there because there's a lot of cyclists going by. Where also very low volumes can help give us insight to where infrastructure is not safe. Why aren't there many cyclists riding here? And then with all this being said, it kind of leans into an interesting relationship. If there are very high bike and ped volumes in one area, it might mean that they feel safe there because they're separated from cars, but there might be a higher chance that there might be conflict between the bikes and the pedestrians themselves. Like a busy day at Edgewater Park or such, sometimes maneuvering that trail can be difficult when there are just very high volume of both modes. And then the goal for the bike and ped data is that some of this data can be leveraged and used by communities to kind of argue your case for why there might need to be more separated bike lanes, walking paths, or multi-use trails. So, you know, this non-motorized data can kind of be used to leverage and help increase safe facilities. So overall, we would really like to increase the number of volunteers that we get for the count program. It would just increase the quality of the data that we get, increase the range of the geographical coverage of the data. So we're kind of here today seeking your help identifying connections, organizations, schools, advocacy groups, or community networks that could support this bike and pedestrian count volunteers. This input will help NOACA design targeted outreach and volunteer recruitment. So this is not a commitment request today, but we would like you guys all to think about these. And we're just focused on kind of identifying opportunities, partners, and these connections that we may not currently have so that we can kind of help shape a more effective outreach strategy. So just, I mean, kind of like just to read through here real quick, you know, different organizations, schools, advocacy groups we could reach out to, different communication channels that we can kind of get the word out about the counts every May and September. If there's newsletters or social media, different meetings, and where should we focus? Are there corridors or neighborhoods, activity centers that, you know, volunteer participation might be really strong? You know, what should we know? Are there timing, accessibility, or community trust considerations that we should account for in outreach? So again, we just really want to try to get the word out to people that may not know about the program, or especially people that would be willing to volunteer and just simply might not know, you know, the count dates when it comes up or whatever. So kind of just reaching out for a little bit of that. Financial impact. The budget for the combined bike and pedestrian count and street supplies outreach campaign is $21,160 for fiscal year 2027. Next steps. The new outreach campaign will begin in earnest in fiscal year 2027. NOACA staff will incorporate feedback and suggestions from the council and will provide updates on further development. NOACA will continue to share updated bicycle and pedestrian count data on the GIS portal. I do want to mention that all of our bicycle and pedestrian data on our GIS portal has been updated. There was a little time where that was not up to date, so I just wanted to make that known that that is all up to date. And as soon as the May 2026 count happens, we will have that GIS portal updated as quickly as possible so that the people that are helping volunteer and help this program go, that they're really able to benefit from us having that data available to you guys quickly and easily. Because we know that that's kind of some of the reason you might volunteer. So following today's discussion, we will work with NOACA's public affairs to coordinate the next steps and may follow up with some of you to help make these connections. Thank you. That's all I have today.
One question I had is fairly often I speak with communities who are seeking funding for pedestrian and bike infrastructure, maybe, you know, bike lanes or multimodal paths. Would NOACA be a resource they could look to document the active transportation need by bikes and pedestrians to get those counts?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we would love for, you know, we could include a location that could provide data that would be very useful to those groups that are trying to currently argue the need for safe bike facilities or pedestrian
Okay, no, that
Facility,
sounds
yeah.
good. Should I have them reach directly out to you or Mr. Olhorn or?
Yeah, either of us is fine.
Okay.
I can give you, one of our emails or
Okay,
anything, or I can talk to you afterwards, but
Okay.
yeah,
sounds great. Thanks.
thank you.
Any other questions on this presentation?
Yeah. To that point, just curious, you have the like Maya Vision Scout cameras, right? That you can set up and record footage at any location too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, yeah, that is kind of more part of street supplies
Okay.
right now, but, yes, we do have to, there'll be a slide on that,
Okay.
so I can speak to more of that in a minute.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I just on that though, do you have the processing package for I think it's called like Pathways that allows you to like automatically process the number of bikes and pedestrians that are walking in an area, or would people using that camera need to like do their own just visual count by watching the footage? Do you know about that?
Are you, like, the MyVision Scout?
Yeah, the Maya Vision Scout.
Yeah, it does, so it does all of that on its, we
Okay.
paid for the
unlimited
yes,
Yeah,
the
okay.
subscription that, yeah, because that was like a big reason of why we wanted to do it. Yeah, for most of the like speed and volume studies, it takes like an hour or two, and once it's done, to have everything up on a like the like MyoVision dashboard, and you can go in and look at multiple, you can really look at everything with the study.
Cool. Yeah. No, thank you.
But yes, it's more than just a video camera on a pole.
Any other questions for Mr. Schweikert? Thank you very much. Mr. Schweikert's next presentation is an update on the street supplies program.
No action is being requested, and there is no previous action. So as many of you might be familiar, our street supplies program is essentially a free library of items that communities can use to temporarily demonstrate or test out how projects might work, look, or feel before it's permanently installed. Projects should relate to improving safety, encouraging multimodal transportation, and enlivening public spaces. This allows time for data collection and community feedback, which really helps lead to a more informed permanent installation. Just having this time to collect the data, both quantitative and qualitative data. You can talk to neighbors and stakeholders and hear what they think, hear what, especially business owners that their business might be impacted. If you're removing street parking or something like that, there's usually more people than you think have opinions on some of these projects. So it's really nice to encapsulate that feedback. And then overall, it's just an opportunity to educate residents in a fun way. Educate them on something they may not know about, the use of a mid-block crosswalk or the benefits of curb extensions or something along that. Contents of the library range from paint and tape. We have paint and tape that can be put down for a day and taken up, or it can be put down for a couple months at a time. We have different types of signage, both safety signage for pedestrian and bicycle related facilities and crossings, bike lanes, crosswalks, and such. And then we also have educational signage, yard signs that can be placed in yards near projects that will give a brief and simple kind of explanation on what some of these projects are, what a curb extension is, and with QR codes that neighbors can scan and read more about. Street furniture, we have just collection of tables, chairs, lightweight and easy to kind of pack up in a van or truck. We have parklets, nice opportunity to kind of reclaim some of that street space, give it back to pedestrians. Traffic safety devices, so like we have different forms of speed tables, speed humps. We can purchase more speed tables and humps upon request and depending on, size of the road that they'd be going on. And then a collection of bollards and flex posts and cones. We have much more than the library than what's pictured here, but essentially we have something to kind of really do any kind of project that's related to this, as you'll see in the next slide. So just some project ideas. We have our parklet open street projects, definitely more of the furniture kind of placemaking of a project. Bike lane projects, either buffered or separated bike lane, curb extensions and chicanes, refuge island, temporary roundabout, enhanced crosswalk, speed table. So how can street supplies help access to transit? So kind of going back to this first and last mile connection, street supplies could be utilized to mitigate some of these barriers that are currently either stopping or making it more difficult just for people to ride their bike or walk to a bus stop or transit station. In the picture here, you can see a Zikla transit platform. Zikla has a range of these platforms that kind of differ in their accommodation to bikes and peds, but overall, this is a kind of a cool product. This is something that we have considered getting in the past and would consider getting in the future if there was a need for it. But kind of really improving, like I already said, that, that last little bit connection of getting onto a bus or something like that. And then also, other than just a transit platform, just mid-block crosswalks, like can people comfortably cross the street to get to the bus stop that's on the other side of the street? Or do they have to walk like a mile down before they can cross at a crosswalk? So, mid-block crosswalks could be something, or just signage, bike racks, curb ramps, etc. Safety is key with street supplies. Communities often prioritize areas with an already existing safety challenge, especially, I'd say the most common are fast cut-through drivers going through neighborhood streets. That is, that's an easy project to kind of approach and try to tackle. And then just the overall process for a demonstration project is pretty similar to that of a permanent project. And it's nice, it just gets important people kind of together that aren't normally together, having this dialogue about how safety can be improved. This is community leaders, planners, engineers, safety and design folks. So it just kind of gets people at the table having this really beneficial talk about safety and how that could be improved. And then by providing temporary opportunities for people to cross the street or use a bike facility in a manner where they feel safe, then this latent demand for safe facilities becomes much more obvious. So just in general, street supplies can be used to improve, support, and just increase safety and mobility for bicycles and pedestrians. And then, when it comes to just simple improvements, like something just like I already mentioned, high visibility or enhanced crosswalks or bike lanes, we can provide almost everything that you would need to do that kind of project, whether it's the paint, the stencil, the tape, the cones to kind of help traffic see you if you're on the side of the road painting. We can get all of that to you. Some upcoming projects. So two upcoming projects that are both on Miramar Boulevard. South Euclid is interested in implementing a temporary traffic circle and or speed tables at about 5 or 6 different intersections on Miramar between Bexley Park going down to Cedar Road. This section of Miramar is kind of a curvy boulevard with large kind of irregular shaped intersections. And so they have a speeding problem here. So they're hoping that kind of a string of either temporary traffic circles and or speed tables could help resolve that issue there. And then just south of Cedar in University Heights, they are also interested in doing a temporary traffic circle at the intersection of Miramar, Washington, and Meadowbrook, which you might be familiar is right kind of right between Jesu Catholic School and John Carroll. You have a lot of foot traffic there, especially some younger people. So this would be a great kind of corridor. It's kind of a nice kind of corridor project that kind of culminates at that intersection by JCU and Jesu. So it's kind of a cool, these are kind of complementing each other. And then just pictured on the right, you can see the temporary traffic circle Cleveland Heights installed at the end of 2024. And then in the top right, a bit more of a temporary looking traffic circle in Rockford, Illinois. And then that bottom right picture is this kind of irregular intersection of Miramar, Washington, and Meadowbrook that I talked about. So we're kind of interested we're working with University Heights on the design kind of this, what this traffic circle could look like, because it might be an interesting shape of sorts. There's peanut-shaped roundabouts out there, like the one in North Ridgeville, I believe, on Mills. So it's interesting. Another, providing bollards for intersection daylighting with City of Cleveland. So these are currently areas that are signed as no parking, but cars can get in there and kind of use as unofficial turn lanes. So by providing these bollards, we can harden this area, which increases visibility for both the driver that's stopping at the stop sign and for the people crossing. Just removing this car that's butt up right against the crosswalk just opens up a line of visibility for all road users. And this daylighting would be implemented at roughly 10 plus intersections throughout the Detroit Shoreway, Woodland Hills, and Buckeye Shaker neighborhoods. And then with the village of Bratnall, there are 2 areas of concern with speeding drivers, one being a very tight 15-mile-per-hour corner on Lakeshore Boulevard, and then which that corner is the bottom left picture. And then the bottom right picture is another tight turn on Lakeshore, but a lot of drivers remain going straight and they think that's still Lakeshore and it's just a dead end residential street. So they're experiencing some speeding issues there as well. So they are looking at possibly using a speed table or 2 this summer. Measuring impact. This is just an example of a project from 2 years ago in Cleveland Heights. We gave them 2 speed humps installed on South Taylor Road and Harcourt Drive in the fall of 2024. And these were both 25-mile-per-hour roads and also with known speeding. And they collected data and sent us that data about a year later. And if you can see in the bottom left, average speeds did go down to basically at or below 25, which before they were all over 25 miles per hour. So that's nice to see, and kind of the the goal of the program is to kind of make that just to really show the impact that a project can have, and then letting a community kind of use that data to then kind of leverage a future project. That's kind of the end goal. So then we wanted to be able to kind of do this pre and post data collection ourselves. So NOACA purchased 2 MyoVision Scout Plus devices to support this before and after data collection. These are portable and temporary. They can be in the field for about 9 to 15 days at a time or less, but 15 days would be like the absolute max. And these are, you can see in the middle picture, these are not the most discreet looking device. It is kind of a larger, white box, similar in size to like a really small mini fridge. But that is attached to a pole that is it is attached to like a utility pole, and there's an arm that extends up that has a camera on the top of it, which you're looking at the camera view in that top middle picture. So it can encapsulate a whole intersection and do turning movement counts. It can encapsulate a whole roundabout and collect data from a roundabout. Or it can just do simple volume and speed studies on a road. It can collect up to 4 lanes at a time. You can see in the bottom left corner is just a chart of some data we collected on East 28th Street in Lorraine. And it breaks the volume and speed down per vehicle class, which is really nice and useful in kind of helping us understand kind of what the problem is. So that's been very useful. And the idea is that these MyoVision Scout cameras would be a part of, they'd be mostly used for street supplies related projects. But if there is a street supplies like project, something fairly smaller scale in some form, a demonstration or temporary project, if you reached out to us, we would consider letting you use these cameras. It would probably be me coming out and putting it up where you want it, and me coming out and taking it down. I don't think we would just hand it to you, but we do want these cameras to benefit other groups and projects so that we can kind of give that useful data for you to then use and help kind of push your project along. So in general with street supplies, we're really just trying to increase the awareness of the program, especially in areas that could really benefit from it that may not know about it. So today we're asking for your local insight on where the street supplies program could be most beneficial: neighborhoods, corridors, communities where safety, visibility, or access improvements can make a difference. So this is not a commitment request today, but we're just focused on kind of identifying these opportunities and community connections so that we can shape an effective outreach strategy. So just some questions to think about are there areas in your community that could really benefit from street supplies investments? Are there any municipal departments, CDCs, community organizations that NOACA could connect with? We do interact with a handful of CDCs and stuff, but we'd really like to kind of expand that to maybe outside of downtown Cleveland, or maybe outside of Cuyahoga County. It's definitely a little more challenging to find some of these locations in some of the more outerlying counties too. And then how can this align locally. These communities can use street supplies to to support your plan. Transit access improvement, a safety initiative, mobility plan, active transportation plan. You can really use it to kind of push your own your own efforts along. And then what will help this succeed? What community readiness or engagement considerations should guide our outreach? So these are all just kind of things that we kind of wanted to put in front of you to think about. Don't have to get back to me right now, but we just love to figure out kind of where, who, and what groups that we can try to reach out to more, and just get this program that more people are aware of it, especially some of those smaller groups and communities that may not have the resources to do much on their own, that we'd really like to try to reach. So that's financial impact. The budget for the combined bike and pedestrian count and street supplies outreach campaign is $21,160 for fiscal year 2027. NOACA will continue to share information about the program in order to increase participation. Following today's discussion, we will work with NOACA's public affairs to coordinate next steps and may follow up with some of you to help make those connections. That's all I got.
Does anybody have any questions on this presentation?
Sam, just curious about how many requests you get per year, and do you have enough stuff, or do you ever have to turn people down?
It really differs every year. I'd say an average number of requests is maybe 6 or 7, and usually like 2 of those just like don't end up panning out, maybe. This year, it's nice having the University Heights and South Euclid kind of, those are 2 communities that street supplies, since I've been here, we haven't done anything there. So we're hoping those projects work out, but it's hard to, I'd say there really isn't like a typical or average summer with street supplies. We kind of just do our best to deal with what the situation is that summer, whether it's didn't really get enough requests and we're kind of, maybe more of the money is going towards stocking up the library than like buying things for projects. But yeah, I'd say maybe on average in a summer or fall, it's like somewhere 6 to 8 groups that will request materials. And usually, yeah, like probably a few of them don't end up happening for whatever reason.
Yeah. I ask because USDOT thinks it's a great program, and so like, if you were running low on money, we would try to work with you and figure out how we could help scale up.
Okay, that is definitely good to know, because yeah, I think as we do continue our outreach and maybe we do start to get more requests, we'll kind of need to start to kind of really think about that and maybe future budgeting and such. So thank you for that comment. Yeah.
I'm just curious, do you approve the designs before you hand out the stuff, or you require it to be approved, created by an engineer or some sort of traffic professional?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off at the end. So we do make sure the community knows that it is mandatory that their design plan is approved by their engineer. We do need, like, when the design plan is sent to us, we can help work with you a little bit on the production of the design, but I'm not an engineer, so it would have, the technical side of that would have to be approved by the municipal engineer.
Who would design it if if a CDC wants to design something?
So we would have to work with, so for a CDC to borrow anything from the library, they need the expressed support and permission from the city that they are in. So they would probably be working more with the city engineer of the municipality that CDC is in. So for example, we've done some projects with Ohio City Incorporated, and as a part of their project, they had to get multiple permits that had to come from the city of Cleveland. So we used those permits as, that was the proof that we needed to say that the city of Cleveland clearly approves of Ohio City Incorporated doing this, and this, because they provided them these permits. But yeah, none of the design, like, we're not gonna be creating like a engineering drawing of any sorts, but we are hoping that, you know, if you have some form of resource in the municipality you come from for that.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Excited to hear, Lawrence, that you're interested in funding the program more, because the city of Cleveland has been looking at getting Zclip platforms in the past. However, you know, they're relatively expensive, like $25,000 per or so. So if you were to get one, that would eat your entire budget, it seems like, for this upcoming year. But yeah, if the Zclip platform could be procured through street supplies, that would be exciting, I think. Also, I guess just curious to maybe talk more in the future about what materials Cleveland Heights and University Heights are using for their roundabouts. The city of Cleveland is very interested in doing, you know, something similar. So we'd love to work with you on that.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, I had reached out to Cleveland Heights to learn more about their roundabout, because it looked pretty good for being temporary. So yeah, I don't think I've heard back from them, but I would be, I'll get back to you when I kind of learn more about that too, because I wanted to know what they kind of used, what curbing material they used. And I think they just filled in the middle with like stone, landscaping stone, which is kind of a nice, kind of an easy way of really filling that center part in with something sturdy. But yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Olhorn is going to speak on Bike NEO, the Bike Map web application updates.
Hello again. Bike Neo is a web application that's similar to Google Maps, but with NOACA's level of traffic stress, or LTS, taken into account during routing. I'm going to go over the current state of the project and point you to an online survey for you to visit at the end and provide input. The LTS is a score from 1 to 4, with a level of 1 assigned to streets or trails that are comfortable for beginners and children to ride on, and a level of 4 assigned to streets which even the most seasoned cyclists will find challenging, aka experts only. The app includes this information visualized in addition to the routing, and includes other informational layers like rail routes and stations and bike shop locations. There are also informational tabs giving bike tips and laws and guidance, as well as links to transit agency websites and Metro Park websites. There are 2 ways of getting routing directions. One uses an abstracted neighborhoods feature as origins and destinations, and another is door-to-door routing, more similar to as we all are used to on Google Maps. The genesis of neighborhood routing stems from NOACA having more detailed information for streets that are on our travel demand model network. This allows us to vet the LTS better on these streets, but it also limits the streets that can be included in suggested routes. This eliminates many local streets from neighborhood routing. We also ran into a limitation that the distance provided by this routing option limits routes to a certain distance. So due to computational complexity, this routing is limited to trips of 5 miles or less. Door-to-door routing has no such limitations, though it includes streets that NOACA has less capacity to verify LTS scores for. Here's an example of a neighborhood route in the app. It's from NOACA to Westside Market. Here's the Westside Market side of that trip. You can see that the line doesn't quite get to the market, it gets near it. And then here's the door-to-door version of the same route. And you can see that it goes right to the building. The door-to-door routing also has a feature that we couldn't implement with the neighborhood routing, where it gives step-by-step written instructions. For the app, safety is at the forefront of the reason for it. Unlike Google Maps, which will send you on any road agnostic to how comfortable or safe it is to ride on, the LTS is the key feature of the Bike Neo app. It also includes safety tips for riding. So we have this survey that we created where we ask for input on the utility that you would perceive of the neighborhood routing option. And also there's a interactive map where you can look at the various bike shops and rail stations and features that are in the map, then where you could comment and let us know what we've left out, what you think would be useful for users of the app, and we would really appreciate your input. You can speak out a little now if you want to, but you can snap the QR code with your phone, or I will send out an email to the list to ensure everyone has this link, because obviously it's a pretty complicated link that you're not going to remember. The budget for the project is just shy of 120,000. And next steps, we will provide project updates as development nears completion. Feedback from the survey will be used to refine and strengthen the application, and the app is scheduled to be ready for public use and feedback by late spring of 2026. Thank you. And does anyone have questions or comments?
Is this data available, just the raw data, is that available to municipalities as well? Or are you guys only releasing the application? For example, if we, the interest of, for the city of Elyria, wanting to create a bicycle map using your raw data and create our own ARC Online application, would that be something you guys would be open to, sharing that data with us?
Well, we're presently, part of what the development process is updating the data to be most current. So I don't know if I would want to pass it on just yet, but
Gotcha.
eventually I believe that will be available.
Later
yeah.
time. Gotcha. Thank you.
One question, with the application as far as establishing routes, that's for beginning and end strictly within NOACA's borders then?
Yes, that is correct.
Just out of curiosity, because I saw on your example trip for door to door, it routed you from here down through the flats and then up a hill to the West Side Market versus going over like the Lorraine Carnegie Bridge. Does your data include any like topography info and in terms of helping people avoid hills if possible?
Not currently, but that is something that we've discussed with the consultant developing the app, and it is certainly something I would like to implement at some point. It may not be in version 1.0.
And right now, it's just going into NOACA's data. Have you thought about contacting AMETS or the other MPOs around us to coordinate all the data together into a coordinated map for Northeast Ohio?
We have not, but maybe in the future that will be something we pursue.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. As somebody who lives near the Cuyahoga Summit County border, definitely a nice network of trails and connectivity there, but yeah, definitely something to build towards.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Just on that note, there's the Ohio Association of Regional Councils, NOACA, all the MPOs in the state. This would be something great to show them, I think, if you haven't already.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very
Yeah.
well.
OARC, if you could take this to them to coordinate with the other MPOs, I think that would be
Oh,
great.
okay, yeah.
Well, if there are no other questions, thank you very much, Rob.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any reports or updates? There being none, is there any old business? Is there any new business? Having none, can I have a motion to adjourn? Motion, a second? All in favor? Aye. The meeting is adjourned.